Chapter 1 The Actuarial Table of Survival. Elias Thorne did not believe in fate. He believed in statistics. As a senior actuary for Pacific Mutual Insurance, his entire life was governed by the predictable mathematics of risk. People died in car accidents at a rate of 1.1 per 10,000. Houses burned down at a rate of 0.3 per 1,000. Everything had a probability, and everything had a price. Except for the thing living in his blood. It was 11:42 p.m. on a Tuesday. Elias was walking home from the King Street station, his leather briefcase clutched tightly against his chest. The Seattle rain was a fine, freezing mist that soaked through his wool coat. He was calculating the exact caloric deficit he would suffer if he skipped dinner to make up for the extra slice of cake he'd eaten at lunch, when the probability of his evening took a sharp, violent turn. 3 men stepped out from the alleyway beside the closed pawn shop. They didn't say a word. The one in the center, wearing a dark hoodie, simply pulled a snub-nosed revolver from his pocket. The metallic click of the hammer being pulled back was louder than the distant traffic. Wallet. Phone. Now, the man rasped. Elias stopped. His heart rate spiked to 140 beats per minute. His mind, trained to assess risk, instantly ran the simulation. Compliance, 85% chance of survival. Resistance, 12% chance of survival. Lethal force probability, 3%. He reached into his coat pocket. His fingers brushed against his leather wallet. But then, the man in the hoodie twitched. It was a nervous, erratic movement. The gun shifted. The angle changed. The simulation in Elias's head updated in a millisecond. Lethal force probability, 98%. The man was going to shoot him anyway. It was a panicked trigger pull, a statistical anomaly born of adrenaline and poor impulse control. Elias didn't think. He didn't have time to think. He simply let go of the dam in his mind. The world didn't stop. It just ceased to change. The raindrops hung suspended in the air, a million glittering glass beads frozen in the amber glow of the street light. The sound of the distant highway vanished, replaced by a silence so absolute it felt like pressure against his eardrums. The man's finger, millimeters from completing the trigger pull, was locked in space. Elias exhaled, and his breath plumed into a thick cloud of white frost. The cold hit him like a physical blow. It started in his marrow, a deep, agonizing ache as his body paid the toll for violating the laws of thermodynamics. His core temperature plummeted. His vision tunneled. He had exactly 4 seconds of subjective time before the stasis collapsed. He stepped forward, his movements sluggish through the frozen air. He reached out and gently, carefully, took the revolver from the man's rigid hand. He placed it in his own pocket. Then, he stepped back to his original position, adjusted his briefcase, and released the hold. Time snapped back with a violent rush. The rain crashed down, the distant traffic roared. The man's finger completed its pull, but there was no bang. He stared at his empty hand, his eyes wide with a terror that had no logical explanation. "What?" the man whispered, looking at his empty palm, then at Elias. Elias stood perfectly still, his face a mask of mild inconvenience. He was shivering violently, his lips tinged with blue, but he forced his posture to remain upright. "I believe," Elias said, his voice trembling slightly from the cold, "you were looking for this." He didn't wait for a response. He turned and walked away, his pace measured and calm, despite the fact that his internal organs felt like they were packed with dry ice. He didn't run. Running attracted attention. Running implied guilt. He walked 3 blocks before he allowed himself to duck into the 24-hour laundromat on 4th Avenue. The fluorescent lights hummed. The smell of detergent and warm lint was overwhelming. Elias collapsed onto a plastic chair, wrapping his arms around himself. He could feel the frost receding from his bones, replaced by the dull, throbbing ache of cellular damage. He pulled a small, silver flask from his inner pocket and took a long pull of high-proof bourbon. The alcohol burned, a welcome reminder that he was still alive, still biological, still bound by the rules of the world. He pulled out his phone. No missed calls. No police alerts. The DAL hadn't found him yet. But they would. They always did. Elias stared at his reflection in the dark window of the washing machine. The man staring back looked exhausted, pale, and entirely ordinary. Just another tired commuter escaping the rain. But Elias knew the truth. He was a statistical impossibility. And in a world governed by rules, impossibilities were the most dangerous variables of all. He finished the bourbon, stood up, and walked back out into the rain. He had a spreadsheet to finish by morning. The world was still normal. He just had to pretend he was part of it. Chapter 2: The Intervention of DAL. The lingering echo of shattering glass still rang in his ears as Bai Xiao snapped his eyes open. There was no vortex, no woman in black, and no black card embossed with golden patterns. Before him lay the familiar ceiling. The old chandelier swayed gently in the night breeze, casting mottled shadows across the room. Outside the window, the neon lights of St. Lan City continued to flicker through the rain curtain, like a pair of indifferent eyes watching from afar. Ha! Bai Xiao exhaled a long, heavy breath, realizing his back was completely soaked in cold sweat. Instinctively, he pressed a hand against his chest. His heart was pounding like a war drum, yet the lingering, sluggish sensation of being hypnotized had vanished without a trace. It wasn't a dream, he murmured to himself, his gaze gradually sharpening into a blade. If it had been an ordinary nightmare, the memories would have blurred rapidly upon waking, but everything from just moments ago, the organization calling itself Shadow Shield, the interrogation regarding Embers, even the slight upward inflection in the woman's tone when she spoke was etched crystal clear into his mind. More importantly, there was that question. Are you willing to sacrifice your life for Saint Land, to give up yourself to obey our commands? Absolutely. This wasn't an interrogation. It was a recruitment. Or, more accurately, a screening. Shadow Shield D.A.L. Bai Xiao quickly pieced together the meaning of those letters in his mind. Department of Anomaly Logistics, or perhaps Dark Area Logistics, whatever the full name was. This organization clearly operated above ordinary police precincts, possibly answering directly to the upper echelons of St. Ian's government. They had sought him out because of the raid 3 days ago. Walking to the window, Bai Xiao pulled back a slat of the blinds and peered down. The rain was still falling, the streets completely deserted. But in the shadows of an unfinished building across the street, a tiny, glowing ember of a cigarette flared briefly before fading. Someone was watching. A faint, amused smile touched the corner of Bai Xiao's mouth. Instead of closing the blinds, he turned and walked toward the kitchen, pouring himself a glass of ice water. Since they were watching, he might as well give them a good show. He walked to the entryway, grabbed his police uniform jacket hanging on the rack, draped it casually over his shoulders, and pushed the door open. Down in the shadows, The smoking figure seemed to shift slightly but made no move to follow. Bai Xiao didn't look back, walking straight to the patrol car parked at the mouth of the alley. Sliding into the driver's seat, he didn't rush to start the engine. Instead, he reached into the glove compartment, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and placed one between his lips, leaving it unlit. He was waiting. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The windshield wipers were occasionally nudged by the wind, emitting a faint creak. Finally, the passenger door was yanked open, letting in a rush of damp, freezing air. Bai Xiao didn't turn his head, speaking in a flat, indifferent tone. The efficiency of DAL is slower than I imagined. The sound of fabric rustling came from behind, followed by the dull thud of the door slamming shut. You are calmer than I expected, Police Captain Dosi look away, a deep male voice replied, carrying a detached, long-standing authority. Or rather, have you already met our people in your dreams? Bai Xiao finally turned his head. Sitting in the passenger seat was a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat. His face was so ordinary that he would instantly blend into any crowd, yet his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, fixed unblinkingly on Bai Xiao. Dreams. Bai Xiao chuckled softly. He took the unlit cigarette from his mouth and twirled it between his fingers. I don't have such boring dreams. I was just wondering, since you've already set your sights on me, why not take me directly? Why bother playing these psychological games? That wasn't a game. It was a test, the man corrected, pulling a black metal lighter from his coat and placing it gently on the center console. Shadow Shield's dream walk can force out a person's most genuine subconscious reactions. In your dream, you denied any connection to the Embers and expressed your loyalty to Saint Lan. So, I passed. No. The man shook his head, his gaze turning dangerous. You lied in your dream. Bai Xiao's hand paused mid-air. The corpse left behind by the embers in District 7 3 days ago was handled by you, the man stated, staring directly into Bai Xiao's eyes and articulating every word. You took something from the scene, but our forensics team found nothing during their sweep. The air in the car instantly solidified. Bai Xiao looked at the man and suddenly laughed. He picked up the black lighter from the console, weighed it in his hand, and with a crisp click, ignited it. The flame danced in the dim cabin, illuminating half of his face in light and half in shadow. What if I say I did take it? What do you plan to do? Bai Xiao exhaled a ring of smoke, his eyes as calm as stagnant water. Kill me or lock me in that black prison whose name cannot be spoken. We are short on personnel, the man replied, ignoring the question and offering an unexpected answer instead. Saint Lan City is rotting. The embers are merely one of the festering wounds. We need a knife. A knife sharp enough, yet clean enough. He extended a hand, palm facing upward. Hand over the item, and join us. DAL needs a police captain like you, someone who understands the rules, yet dares to break them. Bai Xiao looked at the outstretched hand, then glanced out the window at the endless curtain of rain. He knew that from this moment on, Dosi look away, the ordinary police captain who only wanted to coast until retirement in Saint Lan, was dead. He reached out and grasped the man's hand. Deal. Bai Xiao released his grip, pulled a copper pocket watch stained with dark crimson blood from the inner pocket of his uniform, and casually tossed it onto the center console. I took this from that ember. It contains coordinates pointing to their true nest. The man picked up the pocket watch, glanced at it, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by deep scrutiny. You knew we would come. Not only did I know you would come, Bai Xiao said as he restarted the car, the engine's roar cutting through the rainy night, but I also know this is just the beginning. The car slowly merged into the rain, its tail lights leaving two streaks of crimson in the darkness. DAL, or whatever you call yourselves, Shadow Shield. Bai Xiao stared straight ahead, a cold arc curving his lips. I hope your enemies are a bit more entertaining than the embers. The man in the passenger seat remained silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a low chuckle. Welcome to hell, Captain. Look away. The rain fell harder, as if determined to drown the city of sin completely. And somewhere in the hidden corners of the city, an invisible lighthouse quietly ignited. Chapter 3: The Threshold of the Abyss. The patrol car tore through the rain-slicked streets, the wipers beating a frantic rhythm against the glass. Inside the cabin, the silence was heavier than the storm outside. Bai Xiao kept his eyes fixed on the road, his hands resting lightly on the steering wheel. Beside him, the man in the gray trench coat had not spoken since they left the alley. He was simply holding the blood-stained copper pocket watch, his thumb occasionally brushing over the intricate engravings on its surface. You're not going to ask how I got it? Bai Xiao finally broke the silence, his voice barely rising above the hum of the engine. The man didn't look up. The method doesn't matter. Only the result does. But he paused, his sharp eyes shifting toward Bai Xiao. I am curious. Why give it to us so easily? You could have used it as leverage, or sold it to the highest bidder in the underground market. Leverage requires a long-term game, and I don't have the patience for politics, Bai Xiao replied smoothly, his gaze reflecting the passing neon lights. As for selling it, I prefer to keep my hands clean. Besides, if that watch really points to the ember's true nest, keeping it would only paint a target on my back. The man studied him for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. A pragmatic answer. I like it. He reached into his coat and pulled out a sleek, matte black earpiece, tossing it onto Bai Xiao's lap. Put it on. From this moment, your police radio is dead to us. You answer only to this frequency. Bai Xiao picked up the earpiece. It was surprisingly light, yet cold to the touch. He slipped it into his right ear. Instantly, a faint, electronic hum resonated against his eardrum, followed by a crisp, genderless voice. Biometric scan complete. Identity confirmed. DOSI look away. Clearance level provisional. Welcome to the DAL network. Agent look away. Agent Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow. I thought I was just a knife. A knife needs a handle, the man replied, his tone devoid of humor. And right now, your handle is me. My name is Vance. Consider me your liaison, your handler, and your leash. Bai Xiao chuckled softly. Leashes can be chewed through, Vance. Let's hope you have better teeth than the last one who tried, Vance said flatly. We are approaching the destination. Keep your eyes on the road and your mind clear. What you are about to see does not exist on any official city map. The car took a sharp turn, leaving the main avenue and diving into the labyrinth of the old industrial district. The towering smokestacks and rusted warehouses loomed like sleeping giants in the rain. The street lights here were broken, leaving the area bathed in an oppressive, suffocating darkness. Vance pressed a sequence of buttons on a small, encrypted remote. Ahead of them, a massive, rusted iron gate, covered in decades of graffiti and vines, began to groan open. There was no guard booth, no security cameras. Just the mechanical screech of metal on metal, sounding like the wail of a dying beast. Bai Xiao drove through the gate, the tires crunching over wet gravel. As they passed the threshold, The air inside the car seemed to drop several degrees. Bai Xiao felt a familiar, faint tingling at the base of his skull, the same sensation he had experienced in the dream. Anomaly. He glanced at Vance, but the man was completely unfazed, his eyes staring straight ahead into the abyss. "What is this place?" Bai Xiao asked, his voice steady despite the primal warning bells ringing in his head. "An abandoned textile mill from the pre-war era," Vance explained, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Officially, it was condemned 20 years ago due to structural instability. Unofficially, Vance gestured toward the massive, dark silhouette of the factory building ahead. Unofficially, it is where the things that slip through the cracks of our reality are kept, or where they are born. Bai Xiao parked the car in front of the colossal steel doors. He killed the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, save for the relentless drumming of rain on the roof. He stepped out into the downpour, the cold water instantly soaking his uniform. He didn't bother opening an umbrella. He just stood there, looking up at the towering structure. The copper pocket watch in Vance's hand was beginning to emit a faint, rhythmic ticking, syncing perfectly with the pulsing, crimson light that had just flickered to life above the factory doors. Tick, tick, tick. "They know we're here," Bai Xiao murmured, his hand instinctively resting on the holster at his waist. "Of course they do," Vance said, stepping out of the car and standing beside him. The rain seemed to curve slightly around his gray trench coat, as if repelled by an invisible force. "You brought their compass back to their doorstep. Look away. Now, let's see if you're truly the blade we need." Vance walked toward the steel doors, his footsteps making no sound on the wet gravel. Bai Xiao took a deep breath, the icy air filling his lungs. He drew his service weapon, the metallic click of the chambering around echoing sharply in the night. The ordinary world was behind him. The abyss was right in front. With a cold, determined glint in his eyes, Bai Xiao stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the dark. The colossal steel doors groaned inward, revealing a cavernous maw of absolute darkness. The air that spilled out was thick with the stench of rust, stagnant water, and something else, a faint, metallic tang that tasted like ozone and dried blood. Bai Xiao stepped inside, his flashlight cutting a pale beam through the gloom. The factory floor stretched out before them like the rib cage of a leviathan, its massive iron pillars rising into a ceiling lost in shadow. Rusted machinery loomed on either side, silent sentinels of a forgotten era. Vance moved ahead with unsettling grace, his footsteps making no sound despite the gravel and debris underfoot. He didn't need a flashlight. His eyes seemed to absorb the darkness rather than be blinded by it. "Stay close," Vance murmured, his voice barely a breath. "The spatial geometry in here is unreliable. What you see may not be where it actually is." Bai Xiao's grip tightened on his weapon. "Unreliable how?" Before Vance could answer, the copper pocket watch in his hand let out a sharp, discordant tick louder than before, almost like a warning. Then the lights died. Not just Bai Xiao's flashlight. Every source of illumination within the factory was instantly snuffed out, as if the darkness itself had swallowed the photons whole. The crimson glow above the entrance flickered once and vanished. Total, suffocating blackness. Bai Xiao's instincts screamed. He dropped into a crouch, pressing his back against one of the iron pillars, his weapon raised and sweeping in a slow arc. His breathing was controlled, measured. Years of street work had taught him that panic was a faster killer than any bullet. Tick, tick, tick. The pocket watch was accelerating, its rhythm now frantic, like a heartbeat in tachycardia. Vance, Bai Xiao whispered. No answer. He swept his flashlight again. The beam caught nothing but empty air. Vance had simply ceased to exist in the space beside him. Then came the sound. It started as a low, wet dragging noise, echoing from somewhere deep within the factory's labyrinth. It was the sound of something heavy being pulled across concrete, accompanied by a rhythmic clicking like claws on stone, or perhaps bones grinding against each other. Bai Xiao's flashlight beam caught movement in his peripheral vision. He spun. 30 meters away, at the edge of his light's reach, something was standing in the corridor between two rows of machinery. It was roughly humanoid in shape, but its proportions were wrong. Its arms hung too low, its torso was elongated, and its head was tilted at an angle that no human neck could sustain. It had no face. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, pale surface, like wet porcelain. But as Bai Xiao's light touched it, a vertical seam slowly split open down the center, revealing a hollow cavity lined with what looked like rows of needle-thin teeth. The thing didn't move. It simply existed, as if it had always been there, waiting in the space between seconds. Bai Xiao's finger tightened on the trigger. Then, from directly behind him, came a whisper. Don't look. It was Vance's voice, but distorted, as if spoken through water. Bai Xiao didn't turn. He didn't flinch. He simply fired 3 rounds backward, over his shoulder, without aiming. The gunshots were deafening in the enclosed space, the muzzle flash painting the factory in strobe light bursts of white and shadow. Something shrieked. It wasn't a human sound. It was the noise of metal tearing, of glass shattering, of a frequency that existed just beyond the edge of hearing. The sound waves hit Bai Xiao like a physical blow, rattling his teeth and sending a spike of agony through his temples. He rolled sideways, putting a pillar between himself and the faceless thing ahead. Behind him, the wet dragging sound accelerated, closing the distance with impossible speed. Bai Xiao came up on one knee, weapon trained on the corridor behind him. His flashlight beam swept across the space. Nothing. But the concrete floor was wet. Not with water. A viscous, dark fluid was spreading across the ground in a perfect circle, steaming faintly where it touched the dust. Whatever he had shot was no longer there. Tick. 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 The pocket watch's rhythm had changed again. It was no longer frantic. It was steady. Calm. Counting down. Bai Xiao realized, with a cold certainty that settled in his gut like lead, that the watch wasn't pointing them toward the ember's nest. It was a countdown. And whatever was inside this factory wasn't hiding from them. It was hunting. From the darkness above, something dripped onto the floor beside his boot. He looked up. The ceiling was moving. Thousands of pale, faceless shapes were pressed against the metal rafters, clinging to the iron beams like bats, their vertical mouths all split open in silent, hungry anticipation. They had been there the entire time, perfectly still, perfectly camouflaged against the rust and shadow, waiting for the light to reveal them, waiting for the prey to realize it was already surrounded. Bai Xiao's earpiece crackled to life, Vance's voice cutting through the static, calm and utterly devoid of surprise. Test phase complete. Agent look away. Survive the next 60 seconds. And you're one of us. The countdown in the pocket watch reached 0. Every faceless thing on the ceiling dropped at once. Chapter 4: The Desperate Counterattack. Gravity ceased to exist. A tidal wave of pale, writhing flesh descended from the rafters, a suffocating canopy of faceless nightmares. The air pressure in the factory spiked, popping Bai Xiao's eardrums as hundreds of vertical maws snapped open in unison, releasing a deafening, multi-layered screech that threatened to shatter his sanity. But Bai Xiao's mind was a fortress of ice. 60 seconds. Vance's words echoed in his head, not as a threat, but as a tactical parameter. He didn't run. Running was a death sentence in an enclosed space against an enemy that controlled the verticality. Instead, Bai Xiao dropped his flashlight. The sudden loss of light was absolute, but Bai Xiao didn't need his eyes. He needed the anomaly. As the first wave of creatures plummeted toward him, Bai Xiao channeled the latent, chaotic energy he had suppressed for years, forcing it out of his core and into his peripheral nervous system. Time seemed to dilate. The falling monsters slowed to a crawl, their pale limbs suspended in the dark like a grotesque ballet. He moved. Bai Xiao didn't shoot. Bullets were useless against this many targets. Instead, he drew the combat knife from his tactical vest, the blade suddenly erupting with a searing, golden aura, the same light that had burned away the shadows at the entrance. He became a blur of golden violence. His first strike was a brutal, upward slash, the golden blade shearing through the torso of the first descending creature. It didn't bleed. It detonated into a shower of black ash and ozone. Bai Xiao used the momentum of the kill to pivot, his boot slamming into the chest of a second monster, launching it backward into the path of a third. Crunch. The kinetic impact shattered the brittle, porcelain-like bones of the entities. He was no longer fighting, he was conducting a symphony of slaughter. Every movement was calculated to maximize collateral damage. He grabbed the elongated arm of a diving creature, using its own downward momentum to swing it like a flail into a cluster of its brethren. The golden light of his blade acted as a beacon, burning the flesh of anything that came within a 3-meter radius. 10 seconds. The floor beneath him was a churning sea of ash and broken limbs. Bai Xiao was a whirlwind of golden fire in the pitch black, his breath steady, his heart rate eerily calm despite the physical toll. The chaotic energy was burning through his stamina, his muscles screaming in protest, but he refused to yield a single inch of ground. 3 seconds. A massive, mutated entity, easily twice the size of the others, dropped from the apex of the ceiling, its vertical maw gaping wide enough to swallow Bai Xiao whole. Bai Xiao didn't dodge. He planted his feet, raised his left hand, and unleashed a concentrated shockwave of golden energy directly into the creature's open mouth. The entity convulsed, the internal explosion blowing out its back in a geyser of black ichor. Bai Xiao rode the shockwave backward, sliding across the slick concrete, his knife carving a glowing trench into the floor as he came to a halt. 0. Silence slammed back into the factory, heavier than before. The golden light on Bai Xiao's blade flickered and died. He stood alone in the center of a circular clearing, surrounded by a mountain of dissolving ash. His uniform was torn, his chest heaving as he sucked in the stale, metallic air. A thin line of blood trickled from his nose, the price of pushing his body beyond its mortal limits. He slowly straightened his spine, wiping the blood from his upper lip with the back of his hand. He didn't look at the carnage. He looked up, into the impenetrable darkness of the rafters. "Time's up, Vance," Bai Xiao rasped, his voice echoing in the vast, empty space. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, the heavy steel doors at the far end of the factory groaned, and a single, harsh spotlight clicked on, illuminating Vance standing in the doorway. The man in the gray trench coat was holding the copper pocket watch, his thumb resting on the glass face. Vance looked at the sea of ash, then at the lone, bloodied figure standing in the center of it. A slow, genuine smile touched the corners of his mouth. 58 seconds, Vance announced, his voice carrying clearly through the silent factory. You beat the clock, Agent Lugaway. He snapped the pocket watch shut. The sound was like a gunshot. Welcome to DAL, Vance said, turning his back and walking into the light. Now, clean yourself up. We have a real job to do. Bai Xiao exhaled a long, shaky breath, the adrenaline finally beginning to ebb. He sheathed his knife, the metallic click signaling the end of the test, and the beginning of the war. Chapter 5: The True Mission of DAL. The heavy steel doors of the factory sealed shut behind them with a definitive, echoing thud. The transition from the suffocating darkness of the anomaly zone to the sterile, blinding white of the DAL headquarters was jarring. The air here was aggressively purified, smelling faintly of antiseptic and ozone, a stark contrast to the metallic stench of the slaughterhouse they had just left. Bai Xiao walked silently behind Vance. He had changed out of his torn, ash-stained uniform into a fresh set of dark tactical gear, but the exhaustion still clung to his bones. The golden energy he had channeled in the factory was a double-edged sword. It had saved his life, but it had left a lingering, hollow ache in his chest, like a battery drained to its absolute limit. Vance led him down a labyrinth of glass-walled corridors. Bai Xiao caught glimpses of the organization's true scale. In one room, technicians in hazmat suits were analyzing vials of the black ash he had created. In another, a massive holographic map of Saint Lan City pulsed with hundreds of red warning lights, each representing an anomaly hotspot. They finally arrived at a set of reinforced double doors. Vance pushed them open, revealing a dimly lit, circular briefing room. In the center of the room sat a massive, polished obsidian table. "Sit, look away," Vance said, taking his place at the head of the table. He gestured to the empty chair opposite him. Bai Xiao sat, resting his hands on the cool stone surface. He didn't ask where they were or what the red lights on the map meant. He simply waited, his gaze locked onto Vance. Vance studied him for a long moment, the silence stretching taut. Then, he reached under the table and placed a thick, black dossier on the obsidian surface. He slid it across the stone until it stopped right in front of Bai Xiao. "Open it." Bai Xiao flipped the cover. The first page bore a single, stamped word in crimson ink: Project Embers. He turned the page. The dossier was filled with high-resolution surveillance photos, autopsy reports, and psychological profiles. But as Bai Xiao scanned the documents, his eyes narrowed. These weren't just random monsters. The entities he had fought in the factory, the faceless things clinging to the rafters, they were all connected to a specific lineage. The photos showed a series of gruesome, ritualistic murders spanning the last decade. The victims were all high-ranking city officials, judges, and police captains. And at the bottom of the latest autopsy report was a familiar, chilling detail: the victims' hearts had been surgically removed, replaced with a crude, mechanical ticking device. The embers are not a terrorist cell. Look away. Vance's voice cut through the silence, low and heavy with unspoken gravity. They are a symptom. Bai Xiao looked up, his expression unreadable. A symptom of what? Of the city itself, Vance replied, leaning forward, his hawk-like eyes piercing through Bai Xiao. Saint Lan is built on a foundation of anomalies. The corruption you see in the streets, the rot in the government, the violence in the slums, it is all being fed by something beneath us. The embers are merely the antibodies of this dark ecosystem, trying to purge the human elements that have grown too powerful, too independent. Vance tapped the dossier. DAL was not created to eradicate anomalies. We cannot kill a disease by shooting the fever. Our true mission is equilibrium. We manage the anomalies. We cull the embers when they threaten the structural integrity of the city. And we ensure that the human rot does not spread to the anomaly zones. Bai Xiao stared at the dossier, the pieces of the puzzle finally snapping into place. The test in the factory hadn't been about whether he could survive a monster attack. It had been about whether he could stomach the truth. "You want me to be a warden," Bai Xiao said softly, the realization settling over him like a shroud. "Not a cop. A warden. I want you to be the blade that keeps the balance," Vance corrected, his tone devoid of pity. "The police force you belong to is compromised. Half the precinct is on the Ember's payroll, and the other half is too blind to see the strings. You are the anomaly. Look away. You are the only one who can walk in both worlds without being consumed by either." Vance stood up, walking over to the holographic map of Saint Land City. He pressed a sequence of keys, and the map zoomed in on the city's financial district, highlighting a single, unassuming skyscraper. "Your first official mission begins tonight," Vance said, his reflection ghostly in the glass. "A high-ranking member of the Embers is hosting a gala at the Apex Tower. He is planning to initiate a mass awakening in the city's water supply. You are going to attend as a guest. You are going to smile, shake hands, and then you are going to quietly remove him before the clock strikes midnight." Bai Xiao stood up, the hollow ache in his chest replaced by a cold, burning resolve. He closed the dossier, the sound sharp in the quiet room. He wasn't just fighting monsters in the dark anymore. He was fighting the very foundation of the city he had sworn to protect. "Midnight," Bai Xiao repeated, his voice steady. "Consider it done." He turned and walked toward the exit, the weight of his new reality settling firmly onto his shoulders. The abyss was no longer just beneath his feet. It was the ground he now walked upon. Chapter 6 Assassination in the Lion's Den. The apex tower was a needle of glass and steel piercing the smog-choked sky of St. Lan. Inside, the grand ballroom was a kaleidoscope of wealth and power, a stark contrast to the rotting foundations Vance had spoken of. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm, golden glow over the city's elite, their laughter and the soft strains of a string quartet masking the impending storm. Bai Xiao stood near the periphery, a crystal flute of champagne in his hand. He wore a tailored black tuxedo that concealed the tactical gear and the golden-edged combat knife strapped to his thigh. To the untrained eye, he was just another wealthy patron, perhaps a minor investor or a distant relative of a city official. But his eyes were scanning the room with the cold precision of a predator. Vance's voice murmured in his earpiece, barely a whisper against the ambient music. Target is Julian Thorne. He's currently holding court near the east balcony. You have 45 minutes before the water supply system enters its automated flush cycle. If he initiates the sequence, the anomalies will be distributed to every tap in the lower districts. Bai Xiao took a slow sip of the champagne, his gaze locking onto Thorne. The man was in his 50s, with silver hair and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He was surrounded by sycophants, holding a glass of red wine, playing the part of the benevolent philanthropist. But Bai Xiao could see the faint, unnatural pulse of anomalous energy radiating from the man's chest, the mechanical ticking device hidden beneath his ribs. I see him, Bai Xiao replied, his voice a flat line. What's the security detail? 4 DAL operatives embedded as wait staff. 2 more on the roof. But Thorne is paranoid. He has his own personal guard, a former Embers enforcer named Kale. Kale is an anomaly himself. Enhanced reflexes, heightened senses. You'll need to be fast, look away, and quiet. We can't afford a panic. Bai Xiao set his glass down on a passing tray. He began to move through the crowd, his steps silent, his presence blending seamlessly into the background. He was a ghost in a sea of silk and diamonds. As he closed the distance, Thorne excused himself from his admirers and made his way toward the east balcony, presumably for a private moment. Bai Xiao followed at a measured pace, allowing the men to put a few paces between them. The balcony was secluded, shrouded in the shadows of the towering skyscrapers beyond. Thorne stood at the railing, looking out over the glittering city, his back to the entrance. Bai Xiao stepped out of the ballroom, the glass door sliding shut behind him with a soft hiss. The music was instantly muffled, replaced by the distant hum of the city and the wind. He was 10 meters away. 5. Thorne didn't turn. I wondered when they would send someone, he said, his voice smooth, carrying a strange, resonant echo. You smell of ash and ozone. Agent, look away. The factory test was quite the spectacle. Bai Xiao stopped, his hand resting casually at his side, inches from his concealed blade. You know who I am. I know what you are, Thorne corrected, finally turning around. His eyes were entirely black, devoid of sclera or iris, pools of liquid shadow. A hound for a dying regime. DAL thinks it can control the tide, but the ocean is rising, boy. Tonight, Saint Lan will be washed clean. Before Bai Xiao could respond, the shadows behind Thorne detached themselves. Kale. The enforcer didn't announce his presence. He simply materialized from the darkness, a blur of motion aimed directly at Bai Xiao's throat. A blade, dark as pitch and humming with anomalous energy, slashed through the air. Bai Xiao dropped into a crouch, the blade whistling millimeters above his head. He drew his combat knife in a fluid upward arc, the golden aura flaring to life. The clash of metal rang out, a sharp, dissonant note that was quickly swallowed by the wind. Kale was fast. Impossibly fast. He pressed the attack, a relentless flurry of strikes that forced Bai Xiao onto the defensive. The enforcer's movements were a perfect mimicry of human martial arts, but amplified by the dark energy coursing through his veins. Bai Xiao parried a thrust, the impact sending a shockwave up his arm. He used the momentum to spin, driving his elbow toward Kale's ribs. The enforcer absorbed the blow, his body unnaturally dense, and retaliated with a sweeping kick that caught Bai Xiao in the shoulder, sending him skidding across the polished concrete. "Look away." Vance's voice was urgent in his ear. "Heart rate is spiking. You have 20 minutes. Bai Xiao rolled to his feet, ignoring the burning pain in his shoulder. He couldn't win a prolonged fight. Kale was a wall, and Thorn was the clock. He needed to break the rhythm. As Kale lunged again, Bai Xiao didn't dodge. He stepped into the attack, his golden blade meeting the dark one. But instead of pushing against the force, he twisted his wrist, locking the two blades together. With his free hand, Bai Xiao grabbed Kale's wrist, channeling a concentrated burst of golden energy directly into the enforcer's nervous system. Kale shrieked, the sound raw and inhuman, as the golden light seared through his enhanced physiology. His grip faltered. Bai Xiao didn't hesitate. He drove his knee into Kale's solar plexus, followed by a brutal, golden-infused palm strike to the enforcer's jaw. Kale crumpled, his anomalous energy short-circuiting in a shower of black sparks. He hit the ground and didn't move. Bai Xiao turned, his breath steady, his golden blade now pointed directly at Thorn's chest. Thorn hadn't moved. He was watching Kale's fall with an expression of mild disappointment. A pity. He was my favorite. It's over, Thorn, Bai Xiao said, his voice cold. Step away from the console. Thorn smiled, the black eyes seeming to swirl. You think killing me stops the tide? I am merely the catalyst. Agent, look away. The water is already tainted. He raised his hand, his fingers hovering over a small, concealed device in his palm. Bai Xiao didn't wait for a monologue. He closed the distance in a single, explosive stride. The golden blade flashed, a streak of light in the darkness. It pierced Thorn's chest, stopping precisely where the mechanical heart ticked beneath the ribs. Thorn gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. The black pools in his eyes began to crack, fissures of golden light spreading across his face. You don't understand, he whispered, his voice failing. I understand perfectly, Bai Xiao replied, his face inches from Thorn's. The tide is rising. But I am the dam. He twisted the blade. The mechanical ticking in Thorn's chest sputtered, then stopped. The anomalous energy dissipated, leaving behind only the hollow shell of a man. Bai Xiao withdrew his blade, the golden light fading as he sheathed it. He caught Thorn's body before it hit the ground, lowering it silently to the concrete. He stood up, adjusting his cuffs. The balcony was quiet again, save for the wind. Vance, Bai Xiao said, his voice calm. Target neutralized. The sequence is aborted. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then, Vance's voice returned, laced with a rare note of approval. Time remaining, 4 minutes. Excellent work, Agent, look away. Cleanup crew is en route. Return to the party. You have a reputation to maintain. Bai Xiao took a deep breath, the adrenaline slowly ebbing. He looked out over the city, the glittering lights of Saint Lan stretching to the horizon. The city was safe for tonight. But the ocean was still rising. He turned back toward the glass doors, his reflection in the glass showing a man who had once been a simple cop, now irrevocably bound to the shadows. He pushed the doors open and stepped back into the light, the music washing over him once more. The lion's den had been breached, the king slain. But the jungle was vast, and the night was far from over. Chapter 7 The Undercurrents of the Aftermath. The string quartet was playing a waltz when Bai Xiao re-entered the ballroom. To the untrained eye, he was simply a guest returning from a breath of fresh air, his posture relaxed, his expression perfectly composed. But beneath the tailored tuxedo, his muscles still hummed with the residual adrenaline of the kill. He moved through the glittering crowd, accepting a fresh glass of champagne from a passing waiter. The crystal was cool against his fingertips, a grounding sensation after the visceral heat of the balcony. Cleanup is complete, Vance's voice murmured in his ear, smooth and detached. The body has been extracted. The official story will be a sudden cardiac event. Thorne's sudden death will be mourned, his philanthropy praised, and his secrets buried with him. You are clear to extract. Look away. Bai Xiao took a slow sip, his gaze sweeping the room one last time. The elite of Saint Lan continued their endless dance, blissfully unaware that the man who had been poised to drown their city in anomalies was now cooling in a DAL incinerator. He set the glass down and made his way toward the exit. The transition from the opulent warmth of the apex tower to the damp, neon-lit streets of Saint Lan was a physical shock. The rain had returned, washing the grime from the pavement but doing nothing to cleanse the city's soul. A sleek, unmarked black sedan was waiting in the alleyway. Bai Xiao slid into the back seat, the leather cool against his uniform. Vance was already there, the glow of a tablet illuminating his sharp features. Your heart rate never exceeded 90 during the engagement, Vance noted, not looking up from the screen. And your extraction was flawless. The director is satisfied. I didn't do it for his satisfaction, Bai Xiao replied, his voice a low rumble over the hum of the engine. I did it because the job required it. Vance finally looked up, his hawk-like eyes studying Bai Xiao in the dim light. That is precisely why you are here. But do not mistake satisfaction for safety. Look away. Thorne was a high-ranking node, but he was not the source. The water supply was only one vector. The Embers have other plans, other catalysts. Bai Xiao leaned back, closing his eyes for a moment. The hollow ache in his chest was returning, a reminder of the golden energy he had burned through. Then we keep cutting off the heads until we find the heart. We will, Vance agreed, his tone carrying a weight that went beyond mere operational planning. He turned the tablet toward Bai Xiao. On the screen was a new dossier, this one bearing a different crimson stamp. Project Whispers. Thorne's death has created a power vacuum, Vance explained. The remaining Embers are scrambling to fill it. But more importantly, his death has alerted the other factions within Saint Lan. The city's elite are beginning to realize that the anomalies are no longer contained to the shadows. They are knocking on their doors. Bai Xiao opened the dossier. The first page showed a grainy surveillance photo of a high-ranking city councilman meeting with a known underground broker. The second page was a financial ledger, detailing massive, untraceable transfers to offshore accounts linked to DAL itself. Bai Xiao's eyes narrowed. You have a leak. Not a leak, Vance corrected softly. A current. DAL was founded to maintain equilibrium, but equilibrium is a fragile concept. There are those within our own ranks who believe that the anomalies should not be managed, but weaponized. They believe that St. Ian's rot is a resource, not a disease. The car came to a silent stop outside Bai Xiao's apartment building. The rain drummed a steady rhythm on the roof. Thorn was a symptom, Vance said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. But the infection is spreading from within. Your next mission will not be in a factory or a ballroom. It will be in the corridors of power. You will find the source of these transfers, and you will excise it. Bai Xiao looked at the dossier, then out the window at the rain-slicked streets. The abyss was no longer just beneath the city. It was sitting at the same table as him. He opened the car door, the cold night air rushing in. Give me the file, Vance, Bai Xiao said, his voice steady, carrying the cold resolve of a man who had already accepted his fate. I'll find your rot. He stepped out into the rain, the car disappearing silently into the night. Standing alone in the downpour, Bai Xiao looked up at the towering skyline of Saint Lan. The city was a beast, and he was now its immune system, fighting a war on two fronts. The undercurrents were surging, pulling everything toward a breaking point. But as Bai Xiao turned and walked toward his door, the golden spark in his chest flared, a quiet promise in the darkness. He would be the dam, and he would not break. Chapter 8: The Game at the Core of Power. The rain had finally ceased, leaving Saint Lan City draped in a suffocating, humid fog. Bai Xiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his apartment, watching the distant, pulsing neon lights bleed through the mist. On the coffee table behind him lay the dossier for Project Whispers. The financial ledger was no longer just a piece of paper, It was a map of the city's hidden veins, tracing the flow of dark money from the embers directly into the accounts of D.A.L's own high command. He wasn't just hunting a rogue faction anymore. He was stepping into a political meat grinder. His encrypted earpiece chimed, a soft, rhythmic pulse. "Look away." Vance's voice was crisp, stripped of its usual detached calm. "The director has called an emergency closed-door session at the Apex Tower. Level 0. All senior operatives are being summoned. You are included." Bai Xiao's eyes narrowed. Level 0 was the nerve center of DAL, a place where the organization's true architects dictated the fate of Saint Lan. Being summoned meant he was no longer just a blade in the dark. He was a piece on the board, and someone was trying to move him. "I'm on my way," Bai Xiao replied. The subterranean elevator descended in absolute silence, the digital display ticking down past floors that didn't officially exist. When the doors finally parted, Bai Xiao stepped into a cavernous, circular chamber. The air was frigid, smelling of ozone and expensive cigars. Around a massive, illuminated tactical table stood 6 figures. These were the true masters of Saint Lan, their faces obscured by the harsh, upward lighting of the holographic map. At the head of the table stood Director Elias Thorne, no relation to the man Bai Xiao had assassinated, though the shared name was a calculated, mocking coincidence. Elias was a man carved from granite, his eyes carrying the weight of 1,000 buried secrets. "Agent, look away," Elias's voice echoed through the chamber, smooth and dangerous. "You have made quite the impression." 58 seconds in the factory. A flawless execution at the gala. "You're a masterpiece of our recruitment." "I am a tool, Director," Bai Xiao replied, his voice steady as he took his designated place at the table. And tools are only as good as the hands that wield them. A low chuckle rippled through the room. From the shadows to Bai Xiao's left, a woman stepped forward. She wore a tailored crimson suit, her eyes sharp and calculating. This was Counselor Vane, the head of D.A.L's Internal Oversight Committee. A tool that asks too many questions becomes a liability, Agent Vane said, her voice dripping with venomous sweetness. She tapped a key on the console, and the holographic map shifted, projecting the very financial ledger Bai Xiao had been studying. Red lines connected offshore accounts to D.A.L's internal budget. We have detected an anomaly in our own supply chain, Vane continued, her gaze locking onto Bai Xiao. Funds meant for anomaly containment have been diverted. And you, Agent Luowei, have been digging into files that are strictly above your clearance level. Some might call that insubordination. Others might call it treason. The chamber fell deathly silent. The air grew heavy with the unspoken threat of execution. This was the game at the core of power. A lethal dance of accusations, where a single misstep meant becoming the next body in the incinerator. Bai Xiao didn't flinch. He didn't deny the accusation. Instead, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a small, encrypted data drive. He placed it gently on the illuminated table. Treason implies betrayal, Counselor, Bai Xiao said, his voice cutting through the tension like a razor. I am merely balancing the ledger. Elias stared at the drive, his expression unreadable. Explain. The funds weren't stolen by an outsider, Bai Xiao stated, his gaze sweeping across the 6 faces. They were diverted to finance a Black Ops initiative. An initiative designed not to contain the anomalies, but to harvest them, to weaponize the ember's energy for political leverage. He leaned forward, resting his hands on the table. I didn't access these files out of insubordination. I accessed them because the system flagged a critical failure in our equilibrium. The rot isn't a symptom, Director. It's a policy. Vane's face paled, her eyes darting toward Elias. The accusation was a masterstroke. Bai Xiao hadn't defended himself, he had elevated the threat, turning a personal investigation into a matter of organizational survival. He had forced the director to choose between protecting a corrupt counselor or acknowledging a catastrophic breach in D.A.L's founding doctrine. Elias looked at the data drive, then at Vane, and finally at Bai Xiao. The silence stretched, a taut wire ready to snap. Agent, look away, Elias said softly, the danger in his voice replaced by a cold, terrifying respect. You have a talent for turning a noose into a lifeline. He picked up the drive and slipped it into his pocket. Counselor Vane, Elias said, his tone suddenly devoid of all warmth. You are relieved of your duties. Effective immediately. Escort her to the holding cells. Vane opened her mouth to protest, but two armed guards materialized from the shadows, their weapons drawn. She shot Bai Xiao a look of pure, unadulterated hatred before being dragged out of the chamber. The door sealed shut, leaving 5 people in the room. Elias turned back to the holographic map. The board has been cleared. Look away. But you have made a powerful enemy today. Vane has allies. The game has just begun. Bai Xiao stood at attention, his face a mask of perfect obedience. I am ready, Director. Good, Elias murmured, his eyes reflecting the crimson glow of the map. Because the true enemy isn't in the shadows anymore, they are sitting at the table with us. And it is time we found out who is holding the knife. Bai Xiao nodded, but his mind was racing. He had survived the first round of the political meat grinder, but he had also painted a target on his own back. He had proven his worth, but in the core of power, worth was just another currency. And the exchange rate was about to plummet. The abyss was no longer beneath him. It was sitting across from him, smiling. Chapter 9 The Lethal Counterattack in the Undercurrents. The silence in the level 0 chamber was absolute, save for the low hum of the holographic map. Counselor Vane had been dragged away, but the air still crackled with the residual tension of her downfall. Director Elias Thorne stood at the head of the tactical table, his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't look at Bai Xiao. He was watching the crimson lines on the map, tracing the severed connections where Vane's network had been. You have bought yourself a reprieve. Look away, Elias said finally, his voice a low rumble. But Vane was merely a proxy. The true architect of this harvesting initiative is still at large, and they will not take your interference lightly. Bai Xiao remained at attention, his expression impassive. I am prepared for retaliation, Director. Preparation is not enough, Elias countered, finally turning to face him. The older man's eyes were like chips of flint. You have exposed a rot that goes deeper than a single counselor. The moment you placed that data drive on this table, you declared war on a faction that has been embedded in DAL for decades. They will not come for you with subpoenas or disciplinary hearings. They will come for you with the same weapons we use. He tapped a sequence on the console. The holographic map zoomed in on the city's industrial sector, highlighting a decommissioned water treatment plant on the eastern edge. Intelligence suggests the next phase of their operation is being coordinated from this facility, Elias explained. A rogue cell within our own ranks is preparing to initiate a localized anomaly surge. They intend to prove that D.A.L's containment protocols are obsolete, thereby justifying their harvesting doctrine. You will go there. You will neutralize the threat. And you will do it without official sanction. Bai Xiao understood immediately. This was a deniable operation. If he succeeded, the rogue cell would be crippled. If he failed, or was captured, DAL would disavow his existence. He would be just another casualty in the city's endless shadow war. Understood, Bai Xiao said. Good. Elias's gaze lingered on him for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. And look away, watch your back. The enemy knows your name now. The rain had returned, a cold, driving downpour that turned the streets of Saint Lan into rivers of reflected neon. Bai Xiao moved through the downpour like a phantom, his dark tactical gear absorbing the light. He had left his police badge and his DAL identification behind. Tonight, he was a ghost. The water treatment plant was a sprawling complex of rusted pipes and crumbling concrete, shrouded in fog. Bai Xiao approached from the eastern perimeter, his movements silent and deliberate. The golden energy within him was a quiet ember, banked and ready. He bypassed the outer security with ease. The guards were DAL operatives, but they were using outdated patrol patterns. Bai Xiao slipped past them, a shadow moving through shadows. The facility was eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic dripping of water and the distant hum of machinery. He found the command center in the heart of the complex, a retrofitted control room overlooking the massive filtration tanks. Through the reinforced glass, he could see a dozen figures gathered around a central console. They were clad in DAL tactical gear, but their insignias had been removed. At the center of the group stood a man Xiao recognized from the dossier, Commander Rourke, a veteran DAL field officer who had vanished from active duty 6 months ago. Rourke was gesturing at a holographic display, his face illuminated by the harsh blue light. Initiating the surge in T-10 minutes. Rourke was saying, his voice carrying through the thin glass. The director's equilibrium is a lie. We will show them the true power of the anomalies. Xiao didn't wait for a speech. He didn't announce his presence. He moved. The reinforced glass shattered inward as Xiao crashed through it, a blur of motion and golden light. He landed in the center of the room, his combat knife already in his hand, the blade blazing with searing energy. The operatives reacted instantly, but Xiao was faster. He was a whirlwind of controlled violence, his blade cutting through weapons and armor alike. The golden light burned through the anomalous enhancements of the rogue agents, leaving them incapacitated in a shower of black sparks. Rourke drew his weapon, but Xiao was already upon him. A brutal, precise strike to the wrist sent the gun clattering to the floor. Xiao followed with a sweeping kick that took Rourke's legs out from under him, pinning him to the ground with a knee pressed firmly against his chest. The golden blade hovered inches from Rourke's throat. "It's over, Commander," Xiao said, his voice cold and steady. "Your surge is aborted." Rourke stared up at him, his face twisted in a snarl. "You fool," he spat. "You think you're saving the city, you're just a dog on a leash. Look away. The director will use you until you break, and then he'll discard you like the rest of us. Bai Xiao didn't respond. He simply twisted his wrist, and the golden light flared, searing through the neural implant at the base of Rourke's neck. The commander's eyes rolled back, and he went limp. The room was silent, save for the groans of the incapacitated operatives and the steady drip of water from the shattered window. Bai Xiao stood, his breath steady, the golden light on his blade fading to a soft glow. He had won. The rogue cell was neutralized, the surge prevented. But as he stood in the aftermath of his victory, Rourke's words echoed in his mind. "You're just a dog on a leash." He looked down at his own hand, still gripping the knife. The golden energy was a part of him now, a power that had saved his life more than once. But it was also a chain. He had fought his way into the heart of Dal only to discover that the cage was far larger than he had ever imagined. He had struck a lethal blow against the undercurrents, but the tide was still rising. And he was standing in the water, wondering how long he could keep his head above the surface. Chapter 10 The Ultimate Game in the Undercurrents. The rain outside the water treatment plant had intensified into a torrential downpour, but Bai Xiao barely noticed the cold as he stepped out of the shattered window. He melted into the shadows of the industrial district, a phantom returning to the night. The mission was a success. Rourke's rogue cell was dismantled, the anomaly surge aborted. But as Bai Xiao navigated the labyrinth of rusted pipes and crumbling concrete, the golden ember in his chest burned with a restless, uneasy heat. Rourke's dying words still echoed in his mind. The director will use you until you break, and then he'll discard you. Bai Xiao knew that in the world of Dal a successful mission was never just a victory. It was a data point. And tonight, he had provided Elias Thorne with a very specific piece of data, by Xiao's absolute, lethal efficiency. He was no longer just a blade. He was becoming a threat. 3 hours later, Bai Xiao stood in the sterile, white-tiled safe house, wiping the rain and grime from his face. The encrypted earpiece chimed. "Look away," Vance's voice came through, but the usual crisp detachment was gone. There was a tightness in his tone, a subtle warning. "Return to level 0 immediately. The director is waiting." No debriefing. No extraction team. Just a summons. Bai Xiao didn't change out of his tactical gear. He checked his combat knife, ensuring the golden edge was clean, and walked out into the neon-drenched night. When the elevator doors opened to level 0, the atmosphere was entirely different from his last visit. The cavernous chamber was plunged into near darkness, illuminated only by the cold, crimson glow of the holographic map. The 6 seats around the tactical table were empty, save for one. Director Elias Thorne stood at the head of the table, his hands resting lightly on the illuminated surface. He wasn't looking at the map. He was looking at the elevator doors. "Close the doors. Look away," Elias commanded softly. The heavy steel doors slid shut with a definitive, echoing thud. The lock engaged with a sharp clack. Bai Xiao stepped into the dim light, stopping exactly 10 paces from the table. He kept his hands visible, resting casually at his sides, inches from his holster. "You asked for me, Director." "I did," Elias replied, his voice a low, resonant hum in the vast space. "You have exceeded every expectation, Agent. You excised Vane's network. You neutralized Rourke's cell. You have proven that you are the perfect instrument of D.A.L's equilibrium. Elias slowly walked around the table, his footsteps echoing in the silence. He stopped directly across from Bai Xiao, the crimson light casting long, sharp shadows across his granite features. But perfection is a dangerous thing, Elias continued, his eyes locking onto Bai Xiao's. A perfect instrument does not ask questions. A perfect instrument does not hesitate. And a perfect instrument eventually realizes that the hand wielding it is flawed. Bai Xiao's expression remained a mask of calm, but his instincts were screaming. The air in the room had grown heavy, thick with an oppressive, anomalous pressure. It wasn't coming from the map. It was coming from Elias. I am exactly what you made me, Director, Bai Xiao said, his voice steady. A tool that balances the ledger. No, Elias corrected softly. You are a catalyst. And tonight, we reach the final phase of your integration. Elias raised his hand. The holographic map shifted, the crimson lines dissolving into a blinding, golden light. The light coalesced, forming a perfect, floating replica of the golden energy that burned within Bai Xiao's own veins. Vane believed the anomalies should be harvested, Elias said, his voice taking on a hypnotic, resonant quality. Rourke believed they should be weaponized. Both were fools who lacked vision. The anomalies are not a resource. Look away. They are an evolution. Bai Xiao felt a sudden, sharp spike of pain at the base of his skull. The golden ember in his chest flared violently, responding to the light on the table. It wasn't just resonance. It was a command. DAL was never meant to contain the anomalies, Elias whispered, stepping closer, his eyes now glowing with the same golden light. We were created to become them. to guide Saint Lan through the transition. And you, Lo Wei, are the first successful bridge between the human and the anomalous. Bai Xiao's vision blurred. The oppressive pressure in the room was crushing, a psychic weight designed to force submission. Elias wasn't just trying to recruit him. He was trying to assimilate him, to turn him into the ultimate, unquestioning avatar of D.A.L's new order. Submit. Become the vessel. Complete the equilibrium. The command hammered against Bai Xiao's mind, a siren song of absolute power and absolute obedience. But Bai Xiao had spent his entire life walking the razor's edge between the light and the dark. He had stared into the abyss in the factory, and he had looked into the eyes of the city's elite. He knew that true equilibrium wasn't about submission. It was about control. With a guttural exhale, Bai Xiao forced his hand to move. The psychic pressure was agonizing, like trying to lift a mountain, but his will was forged in the fires of Saint Ian's rod. His fingers closed around the hilt of his combat knife. Click. The sound of the blade leaving the sheath was impossibly loud in the silent chamber. The golden aura erupted from the steel, but it wasn't the warm, controlled light Elias expected. It was a wild, searing, blinding flare of pure, defiant energy. The golden light on the table shattered like glass. Elias staggered back, the hypnotic glow in his eyes extinguishing in a flash of surprise and pain. The psychic pressure in the room vanished, replaced by the raw, crackling ozone of Bai Xiao's unleashed power. Bai Xiao stood tall, the golden blade pointed directly at the director's chest. His breathing was ragged, blood trickling from his nose, but his eyes were ice. You wanted a vessel, Elias, Bai Xiao rasped, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken threats. But you forgot one thing. Elias stared at the blade, his chest heaving as he struggled to regain his composure. And what is that? Look away. Bai Xiao took a single, deliberate step forward, the golden light casting his shadow long across the crimson map. I don't serve the abyss, Bai Xiao said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. I own it. The ultimate game in the undercurrents had reached its climax. The leash had been severed. And as Bai Xiao stood in the heart of Dal, the golden blade in his hand, he knew that the true war for Saint Lan had only just begun. Chapter 11 The Calm Before the Storm. The golden light in Bai Xiao's hand did not fade. It pulsed, a slow, steady rhythm that matched his own heartbeat, casting long, wavering shadows across the obsidian table. Elias Thorne stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the blade pointed at his chest. The silence in level 0 was absolute, a vacuum where the psychic pressure had been only moments before. The director's composure had not shattered, it had merely recalibrated. He was a man who had spent decades navigating the darkest currents of Saint Lan, and he knew when to press forward and when to yield ground. Slowly, deliberately, Elias raised his hands, palms open. A gesture of surrender, or perhaps, of acknowledgement. You have proven your point. Look away, Elias said, his voice a low, steady rumble that filled the cavernous chamber. The leash is broken. You are no longer a tool. Bai Xiao did not lower his weapon. And you are no longer my master. No, Elias agreed softly. I am not. He took a single step back, putting distance between himself and the searing golden light. But I am still the director of Dal. And you are still the only agent capable of surviving what comes next. Bai Xiao's eyes narrowed. What comes next? Elias gestured toward the holographic map. The crimson lines had not returned. Instead, the entire map of Saint Lan was now bathed in a pulsing, sickly violet light. Dozens of new markers were appearing across the city, each one blinking in a slow, synchronized rhythm. Rourke and Vane were symptoms, Elias explained, his tone devoid of its earlier hypnotic cadence. But their removal has accelerated the timeline. The true architects of the embers have been waiting for DAL to fracture. They knew that the moment we turned on ourselves, the city's defenses would weaken. He looked at Bai Xiao, his expression grim. The surge Rourke was preparing was never meant to succeed. It was a distraction. A test to see if we would break. And we did. Bai Xiao felt the golden ember in his chest flicker, a cold dread seeping into the warmth. A distraction for what? For the convergence, Elias replied. The embers are not trying to destroy Saint Lan. Look away. They are trying to merge with it. The anomalies are no longer leaking through the cracks. They are being invited in. And when the violet markers reach critical mass, he didn't need to finish the sentence. Bai Xiao could feel it. The air in the chamber was growing heavy again, but this time it wasn't a psychic command. It was the weight of an approaching catastrophe. The city itself seemed to be holding its breath. How long? Bai Xiao asked, his voice a razor's edge. 72 hours, Elias said. Maybe less. The convergence requires a focal point, and we don't know where it will be. But when it happens, the boundary between our world and the anomaly zone will cease to exist. Bai Xiao finally lowered his blade, the golden light dimming to a soft, steady glow. He sheathed the knife with a sharp click, the sound echoing in the silence. "Why tell me this?" he asked. "If I am no longer your tool, why not let me walk away?" Elias studied him for a long moment, the violet light reflecting in his granite features. "Because you are the only one who has walked through the abyss and returned with your will intact. Because you understand that equilibrium is not about control, but about balance. And because—" He paused, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Because when the storm breaks, I will need someone standing beside me who cannot be bought, cannot be broken, and cannot be controlled." Bai Xiao looked at the map, at the pulsing violet markers spreading across the city like a contagion. The game had changed. It was no longer about factions within DAL or rogue cells, or political maneuvering. It was about survival. The storm was coming, and it would spare no one. He turned toward the elevator, his back to the director. 72 hours, Bai Xiao said, his voice carrying the cold resolve of a man who had already accepted the weight of the world. "I'll find the focal point." He stepped into the elevator, the doors sliding shut behind him. As the car began its silent ascent, Bai Xiao closed his eyes, the golden ember in his chest burning with a quiet, defiant fire. The calm before the storm was not peace. It was the final breath before the plunge. And when the storm broke, he would be ready. Chapter 12 The Confrontation at the Heart of the Storm. The 72 hours had collapsed into a blur of rain, blood, and shattered glass. Bai Xiao stood at the center of the city's abandoned central reservoir, a colossal, subterranean cathedral of rusted iron and cracked concrete. The air was no longer air. It was a suffocating miasma of violet mist and raw, chaotic energy. Above him, the massive vaulted ceiling was dissolving, the boundary between the physical world and the anomaly zone peeling away like burning paper. This was the focal point, the heart of the convergence. In the center of the reservoir's dry basin stood a towering, jagged monolith of pure, crystallized darkness. It pulsed with a sickly violet rhythm, a mechanical heartbeat that sent shockwaves through the concrete, vibrating against Bai Xiao's bones. Standing before the monolith was a figure draped in tattered, flowing shadows. The true architect of the embers. You are too late, look away, the architect's voice echoed, not through the air, but directly inside Bai Xiao's skull. It sounded like a chorus of 1,000 drowning voices. The city is already ours. The rot and the anomaly are one. I don't care about your philosophy, Bai Xiao rasped, his voice barely audible over the deafening hum of the monolith. Blood trickled from his nose, and his tactical gear was scorched and torn from the gauntlet of enemies he had fought to reach this place. I care about the ledger, and your debt is due. He didn't wait for a monologue. Bai Xiao exploded into motion, his combat knife erupting with a blinding, golden aura. He closed the distance in a single, explosive stride, driving the blade directly toward the architect's chest. But the architect didn't dodge. He simply raised a hand, and the violet mist around him solidified into a wall of impenetrable force. Clang! The golden blade struck the barrier, sending a shock-wave of golden and violet sparks across the basin. Bai Xiao's arm went numb, the kinetic feedback threatening to shatter his bones. Foolish, the architect whispered. The shadows around the monolith detached, rising into towering, faceless entities, the same nightmares Bai Xiao had fought in the factory, but magnified 100-fold. They descended upon him in a tidal wave of pale, writhing flesh and jagged claws. Bai Xiao became a whirlwind of golden violence. He didn't fight to survive, he fought to advance. Every slash of his blade carved a path of searing light through the darkness, dissolving the entities into ash. But for every monster he destroyed, two more took its place. The oppressive weight of the convergence was crushing his stamina, the golden ember in his chest burning dangerously close to consuming his own life force. Look away. Vance's voice crackled through his earpiece, distorted by the anomalous interference. The monolith is the anchor. You have to shatter it, or the city falls. Bai Xiao gritted his teeth, parrying a sweeping claw that tore through his shoulder pad. He couldn't reach the monolith. The architect was controlling the flow of the battle, keeping him pinned in a perpetual cycle of defense. He needed to break the rhythm. Bai Xiao dropped his guard. It was a suicidal move. A massive, mutated entity lunged, its jagged claws aimed directly at Bai Xiao's exposed throat. Bai Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he channeled every ounce of the golden energy in his core, not into his blade, but into his own body. Time dilated. The falling monster slowed to a crawl. Bai Xiao sidestepped the lethal blow by a fraction of an inch, the claws grazing his collarbone, drawing a line of hot blood. Using the entity's own momentum, Bai Xiao grabbed its elongated arm, pivoted, and hurled the massive creature directly into the architect's protective barrier. The barrier buckled under the immense kinetic impact. It was the opening Bai Xiao needed. He didn't aim for the architect. He aimed for the monolith. With a guttural roar, Bai Xiao launched himself into the air, his body trailing a comet tail of golden fire. He bypassed the architect entirely, soaring over the barrier, and brought his blade down upon the pulsing violet crystal with the force of a falling meteor. Crack! The sound was apocalyptic. A fissure of blinding golden light spider-webbed across the dark monolith. The architect let out a shriek of pure, unadulterated agony, the psychic link severing violently. The violet mist in the air began to violently churn, the convergence destabilizing. Bai Xiao hit the ground and rolled, coming up to one knee. He looked up at the monolith. The fissure was spreading, the golden light bleeding into the violet, a war of two opposing forces tearing the crystal apart from the inside. "It's over," Bai Xiao whispered, his chest heaving, the golden ember in his chest flickering dangerously low. The monolith shattered. A silent shockwave of pure, golden energy erupted from the epicenter, washing over the reservoir. The faceless entities dissolved into harmless vapor. The violet mist was instantly incinerated. The oppressive, crushing weight of the anomaly lifted, replaced by the cool, damp air of the subterranean chamber. The boundary had been sealed. The storm was broken. Bai Xiao stood alone in the center of the ruined basin, surrounded by the fading echoes of the convergence. He was battered, bleeding, and utterly exhausted. But as he looked up at the cracked concrete ceiling, where the first rays of dawn were beginning to pierce through the fissures, a cold, quiet certainty settled over him. He had held the line. The storm had passed. But as Bai Xiao sheathed his blade, he knew the truth. The abyss had been pushed back, but it had not been destroyed. And in the silence that followed the storm, the true shape of Saint Ian's future would begin to take form. Chapter 13 The Undercurrents of the Aftermath. The silence that followed the shattering of the monolith was heavier than the storm itself. Bai Xiao stood in the center of the ruined reservoir, his chest heaving as he fought to draw air into his burning lungs. The golden ember within him had dimmed to a faint, exhausted pulse, leaving behind a hollow, aching void in his chest. Around him, the violet mist had completely dissipated, replaced by the mundane, damp chill of the subterranean chamber. The faceless entities were gone, reduced to nothing but the faint scent of ozone and ash. He had won. The convergence was aborted, the boundary sealed. But as Bai Xiao slowly sheathed his combat knife, the metallic click echoing in the vast emptiness, there was no triumph. Only the cold, sobering weight of survival. Look away. Vance's voice finally broke through the static in his earpiece, stripped of its usual crisp detachment. There was a profound, almost reverent exhaustion in the handler's tone. The readings are stabilizing. The anomaly zone is receding. You did it? Bai Xiao didn't reply. He simply leaned against a rusted iron pillar, closing his eyes for a fraction of a second to let the adrenaline ebb. When he opened them, the first pale rays of dawn were piercing through the fissures in the concrete ceiling above, casting long, dusty beams of light into the abyss. He began the long walk back to the surface. The transition from the subterranean ruins to the streets of Saint Lan was jarring. The city was waking up. Commuters hurried along the rain-slicked pavements, clutching their briefcases and coffees, entirely oblivious to the fact that the world had nearly ended beneath their feet. To them, it was just another overcast morning in a city perpetually draped in smog. But Bai Xiao could feel the difference. The air was lighter. The oppressive, anomalous pressure that had been seeping into the city's foundations for years had vanished. Yet, as he walked through the waking streets, his instincts told him that the peace was fragile. The storm had passed, but the flood waters were still receding. A sleek, unmarked black sedan pulled up silently to the curb beside him. The rear window rolled down, revealing Vance's sharp, hawk-like features. "Get in, look away," Vance said quietly. "The director wants to see you." Level 0 was no longer the oppressive, shadow-drenched war room Bai Xiao had left. The holographic map was bathed in a steady, calm blue. The crimson and violet warnings were gone. Director Elias Thorne stood at the head of the obsidian table. He looked older, the granite lines of his face etched deeper by the events of the past 72 hours. When Bai Xiao entered, the director didn't issue a command or a debriefing. He simply nodded, a gesture of profound, unspoken respect. "You have saved Saint Lan, Agent," Elias said, his voice a low, steady rumble in the quiet chamber. "The Ember's true architects are dead. The convergence is a memory. You have earned your rest." "I don't rest, Director," Bai Xiao replied, his voice carrying the quiet, unyielding resolve that had become his hallmark. He walked to the table, resting his hands on the cool stone. "The rot was cut out, but the wound is still there. The city is vulnerable." Elias studied him, a faint, knowing smile touching the corners of his mouth. "I know. Which is why I am not offering you rest. I am offering you a new mandate." The director tapped a sequence on the console. The holographic map shifted, zooming in not on the anomaly zones, but on the glittering financial district, the government centers, and the sprawling slums. "The external threat has been neutralized," Elias explained, his tone shifting into the familiar cadence of strategic planning. but the convergence proved that the true danger lies in the intersection of human ambition and anomalous power. DAL can no longer afford to be merely a reactive force. We must become the architects of our own defense. He looked directly at Bai Xiao. Vane and Rourke were symptoms of a deeper institutional failure. We need to rebuild DAL from the ground up. We need someone who understands both the shadows and the light. Someone who cannot be corrupted by either. Bai Xiao understood. The ultimate game in the undercurrents had ended. But the true work of governance was just beginning. He was no longer just a blade in the dark. He was being asked to help forge the shield. "What are your orders?" Director Bai Xiao asked, his posture straightening. Elias's smile faded, replaced by the grim determination of a man who had stared into the abyss and survived. "Reconstruction," Elias said softly. "We will root out the remaining sympathizers. We will fortify the city's defenses against future incursions. And we will ensure that the equilibrium we bled for is never again threatened by the arrogance of men." Bai Xiao nodded slowly. The golden ember in his chest, though exhausted, flared with a quiet, steady warmth. He had walked into the heart of the storm and emerged unbroken. The abyss had tested him, and he had proven that he was more than a weapon. He was the dam. "Understood," Bai Xiao said, his voice echoing in the calm, blue-lit chamber. "I'll get to work." He turned and walked toward the elevator, the weight of his new reality settling firmly onto his shoulders. The storm was over. The undercurrents were still moving, but for the first time in the history of Saint Lan, the man steering the ship was no longer afraid of the dark. Chapter 14 The Undercurrents of Reconstruction. The rain had finally stopped, leaving Saint Lan City bathed in a pale, washed out sunlight that felt almost alien to its inhabitants. For the first time in decades, the air was clear. The oppressive, anomalous smog having been purged by the golden shock wave in the reservoir. But peace, Bai Xiao was quickly learning, was far more exhausting than war. The reconstruction of DAL was a grueling, bureaucratic nightmare. The organization was being purged of its remaining corrupt elements, a process that left a dangerous power vacuum. Bai Xiao spent his days in level 0, not fighting monsters, but navigating a labyrinth of political landmines. Every promotion, every budget allocation, and every new protocol was a battlefield where old grudges and new ambitions clashed in the shadows. Elias Thorne had given him the mandate to rebuild, but a mandate was not absolute authority. Bai Xiao was now the de facto head of internal security, a position that made him the most powerful and most targeted man in the organization. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his new office, watching the city below. The streets were busy with repair crews and military convoys. The official narrative was that Saint Lan had suffered a massive, coordinated terrorist attack, and DAL had heroically saved the day. The public was relieved, the politicians were grateful, and the elite were eager to return to their gilded cages. But Bai Xiao knew better. The storm had broken, but the water was still rising. His encrypted terminal chimed, a soft, urgent pulse. Vance's face appeared on the screen, his expression grim. Look away. We have a problem. Bai Xiao turned from the window. Define problem, Vance. It's the Reconstruction Fund. The emergency allocation from the City Council. 3 million credits were supposed to be transferred to the Containment Division this morning to repair the outer perimeter defenses. Vance paused, his jaw tightening. The transfer was intercepted, rerouted to an untraceable offshore account. Bai Xiao's eyes narrowed. A leak. Worse, Vance replied. An inside job. The authorization code used belongs to Director Thorne himself. The silence in the office was absolute. Bai Xiao stared at the screen, the golden ember in his chest flaring with a cold, dangerous heat. Elias Thorne had just handed him the keys to rebuild the organization, and now the director's own credentials were being used to fund a shadow operation. Is he compromised? Bai Xiao asked, his voice a low, deadly whisper. I don't know, Vance admitted, the admission clearly costing him. But the timing is suspicious. The moment we begin fortifying the city, someone is trying to strip its defenses. And they're using the director's name to do it. Bai Xiao walked back to the window, his reflection in the glass a mask of cold calculation. The ultimate game in the undercurrents had ended, but a new one had already begun. The enemy was no longer a faceless architect or a rogue cell. It was the very foundation of the new order he was trying to build. Trace the account, Vance, Bai Xiao ordered, his voice steady. I don't care if it takes every resource we have. Find out where that money is going, and who authorized the bypass. And the director, Vance asked quietly. Bai Xiao looked at his own reflection, the golden light in his eyes a silent promise. Keep him in the dark, Bai Xiao said. If Elias is clean, he'll understand. If he's not, then I'll deal with him myself. He terminated the connection and stood alone in the quiet office. The city outside was basking in the illusion of safety, but beneath the surface, the undercurrents were surging once more. The storm had passed, but the flood was just beginning. and Bai Xiao would be the dam, even if it meant standing against the very people he had sworn to protect. Chapter 15 The First Blood in the Undercurrents. The rain had not returned to Saint Lan, but the city was drowning in a different kind of deluge. The official reconstruction efforts were a facade, a brightly lit stage where politicians and DAL officials smiled for the cameras, shaking hands, and signing checks. But behind the closed doors of Level 0, the air was thick with paranoia and unspoken accusations. Bai Xiao sat in his office, the encrypted terminal casting a cold, blue glow across his face. The trace Vance had initiated had yielded a result, but it was a result that made Bai Xiao's blood run cold. The 3 million credits hadn't gone to a foreign syndicate or a rogue Ember cell. They had been routed through a series of shell companies, ultimately landing in a private security firm, Aegis Solutions. Aegis was not a new entity. It was a legacy contractor, a private military company that had been quietly integrated into D.A.L's outer perimeter defense network during the early days of the reconstruction. They were supposed to be the new shield. Instead, they were being funded to hollow it out from the inside. Look away, Vance's voice came through the earpiece, tight with suppressed urgency. I've cross-referenced Aegis's personnel files. They've been quietly replacing our veteran operatives with their own mercenaries. Men with no official DAL records. Men who answer to someone else. Who Bai Xiao asked, his voice a flat, dangerous line. The authorization code that bypassed the director's security protocols. It wasn't a hack. It was a physical key. A biometric override. And the only person besides Elias Thorne who has that level of clearance. Vance paused, the silence stretching taut. It's his chief of staff, Marcus Vance. Bai Xiao's eyes narrowed. Marcus Vance was Elias's oldest friend, a man who had been at the director's side since the founding of DAL. He was the architect of the reconstruction logistics, the man who had personally vetted the Aegis contract. "Is he acting alone?" Bai Xiao asked. "I don't know," Vance admitted. "But he's scheduled to conduct a routine perimeter inspection at Sector 4 tonight. He'll be accompanied by a full Aegis tactical team." Bai Xiao stood up, the golden ember in his chest flaring with a cold, predatory heat. Sector 4 was a critical junction in the city's containment grid. If Aegis was planning to sabotage it, they could create a localized anomaly breach, justifying a massive, militarized response that would give them de facto control over the district. It was a classic power grab, dressed up as a crisis response. And it was happening tonight. "Vance," Bai Xiao said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "Prep my gear. I'm going to Sector 4. Look away, you can't just storm a DAL inspection," Vance warned, his tone laced with genuine fear. "If Marcus is compromised, he'll have you arrested on the spot. If he's not, you'll be committing treason." "I'm not going to arrest him, Vance," Bai Xiao replied, his hand resting on the hilt of his combat knife. "I'm going to audit him." Sector 4 was a sprawling industrial complex on the edge of the city, a maze of rusted warehouses and high-voltage power lines. The rain had left the ground slick and treacherous, reflecting the harsh, sweeping beams of Aegis tactical flashlights. Bai Xiao moved through the shadows, a phantom in the dark. He had bypassed the outer perimeter with ease, his golden energy masking his presence from the thermal sensors. He was no longer an agent of DAL, he was a force of nature, and tonight, he was the reckoning. He found them in the central control hub, a reinforced concrete bunker overlooking the main junction. Marcus Vance stood at the center of the room, his back to the entrance, his hands resting on the primary console. Surrounding him were 6 Aegis mercenaries, their weapons drawn, their faces hidden behind matte black visors. "Initiate the sequence," Marcus was saying, his voice smooth and calm. "We'll trigger a localized surge. When the breach happens, DAL will have no choice but to hand over operational control to Aegis." Bai Xiao didn't wait for a monologue. He didn't announce his presence. He moved. The reinforced door to the control hub didn't open, it exploded inward, torn from its hinges by a concentrated burst of golden energy. Bai Xiao stepped through the smoke and debris, his combat knife already in his hand, the blade blazing with a blinding, searing light. The Aegis mercenaries reacted instantly, but Bai Xiao was a force of pure, unadulterated violence. He was a whirlwind of golden fire, his blade cutting through weapons and armor alike. The first mercenary fell, his rifle cleaved in two, the golden light searing through his tactical vest and dropping him to the ground. The second and third opened fire, but Bai Xiao was already moving, using the momentum of his strikes to close the distance. He drove his elbow into the second man's throat, the golden aura burning through the reinforced collar, and used the falling body as a shield against the third man's bullets. Marcus Vance spun around, his face pale with shock and fury. "Look away. What is the meaning of this stand down?" Bai Xiao didn't stop. He parried a wild swing from the fourth mercenary, twisting the man's arm until the bone snapped with a sickening crunch, and drove his knee into the man's solar plexus. The mercenary crumpled, gasping for air. The remaining 2 mercenaries hesitated, their training failing them in the face of an opponent who moved like a demon. Bai Xiao didn't give them the chance to recover. He closed the distance in a single, explosive stride, his golden blade flashing in the dim light. Two precise, non-lethal strikes to the base of their necks, and they collapsed, unconscious. The control hub was silent, save for the groans of the incapacitated mercenaries and the steady hum of the console. Bai Xiao stood over Marcus Vance, the golden blade pointed directly at the Chief of Staff's throat. The light from the blade illuminated Marcus's terrified face, casting long, sharp shadows across the concrete walls. You have 3 seconds to explain why I shouldn't end this right now, Bai Xiao said, his voice a cold, deadly whisper. Marcus swallowed hard, his eyes darting to the fallen mercenaries. You don't understand. Look away. Elias is weak. He's clinging to a dead doctrine. The anomalies are the future. Aegis is building the bridge. We're going to control them, not contain them. You're going to destroy the city, Bai Xiao corrected, his blade pressing a fraction of an inch closer, drawing a thin line of blood on Marcus's neck. And you're going to pay for it? He didn't kill him. Death was too easy. Instead, Bai Xiao twisted his wrist, and the golden light flared, searing through the neural implant at the base of Marcus's skull. The Chief of Staff's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, his body twitching as the implant was permanently fried. Bai Xiao stood over him, his breath steady, the golden light on his blade fading to a soft, steady glow. He had stopped the sabotage. He had exposed the rot. But as he looked at the unconscious man at his feet, he knew the truth. Marcus was just a symptom. The disease was still alive. He tapped his earpiece. Vance. Sector 4 is secure. The sabotage is aborted. Send a cleanup crew. And Vance. Yes. Look away. Tell the director his chief of staff has been relieved of his duties. Bai Xiao terminated the connection and walked out of the control hub, stepping back into the rain-slicked night. The first blood had been spilled, and the undercurrents were surging once more. But as he disappeared into the shadows, the golden ember in his chest burned with a quiet, defiant fire. He was the dam, and he would not break.